Hello, hello, greetings and good after evening and morning and afternoon and night and whatever time zone it is. Hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. I am Harrier Citadel, Avian Alien VTuber, and we are going to be continuing on some Chaos comic art today. So that's hopefully going to be fun and entertaining and all of that jazz. I am running a few seconds behind schedule on my side, so I've still got to quickly close a door. Krahazik, good morning, welcome in. Lovely as always to have you here. So I'm just going to very quickly close the door, and then I will be back to continue this madness. There we go. Keep all of the warm air inside the room, because otherwise I'm going to be an icicle come the end of the stream. Speaking of, if there is a little bit of internet interruption today, please forgive that. The internet has been choppy today. I'm still running on battery power, so we will see what ends up happening with that. We're trying to get electricity back on permanent basis with the municipality, but they're taking long to reconnect us to the grid, so the rental solar panels are now proving very, very, very useful right this very second. So yay, that's how I'm able to still be online today to help or to draw for you all. So yes, the commissions as always are still open. You can find the information for that at my VGen link, which is there in the top left corner of the screen. You'll be able to find all of the information regarding that. And also, I forgot to mention this the last couple of days, but we have a YouTube subscriber goal that we are working towards. If we can get this channel up to 200 YouTube subscribers by the end of September, I will be eating a whole lemon, peel and all, on stream for you. So, yes, that is a little bit of chaos that is going to be en route. So there will be a reminder about that later on as well. And if you would like to listen along with me, the playlist is going to be listened to in order. I'm not going to have shuffle on, so feel free to listen along more or less in sync. If my internet cuts off a couple of times during the day from that power-related instability, I am so sorry. Hopefully, we won't have the stream bugging out on us. And if it does bug out on us, then I'll make a plan accordingly. Hopefully it doesn't jump to any of the subsequent streams that I've currently got waiting rooms set up for, because I know that if there's an internet interruption, sometimes that does happen. Let me see. Okay, all good on that side. Right, so let us go straight into it. So where we left off, we were busy doing inking work. I have still only got 4 pages storyboarded. It's going to be more than 4 pages, this little comic doujin. I think it would count as a doujin, essentially. So we've got 4 pages pretty much storyboarded out. We have got 2 pages mostly inked and 1 page half inked. So we've got a lot to do still before we get to the point where the lacking storyboard pages are going to be an issue. I've got some offline time in the upcoming days. I'll see if I get an opportunity to do some storyboarding in that time. but that is a bridge to burn when we get to it. So yes, if you have seen the tweet that went out just before I went live, you'll notice that I was lamenting my decision to design my wings without an elbow articulation. And that is entirely in reference to this mess that you're seeing on screen here. I'm sorry, why am I yawning so much? Why is that something that always wants to happen just as I go live? Anyway, so yes, there is supposed to be a wing over here, and those wings are being used to block a whole bunch of attacks. And you can start to see it here already, that it wants elbow articulation, because otherwise it's stubborn. So chances are what's going to happen is that I'm going to, during tomorrow's 3D stream, basically do a little bit of work on the UVs as planned, but I'm also probably going to be redesigning the wing arm structure a little bit so that I have actual elbow articulation, so that these scenes can make sense, and because I'll probably want that flexibility later on as well. We shall see. Because just having a straight angle is not vibing. There needs to be a little bit more. Because actually, the elbow articulation is less of an issue than the wrist articulation. The elbow articulation is less of a problem than the wrist articulation, but now I'm getting very much sidetracked and besides myself. Let's see, which page shall we ink next? Which part shall we ink next? I was working on doing inks on Doppio over here, so let's continue with that. If I can just see on my roughs what's going on there. We have most of the hair drawn in, and we've got the eyes drawn in. Yes, is that all on a separate layer? Yes. Okay. So those are then going to get transferred down, because those are good to go. And then we've got to add this hand and the rock that he is hiding behind, or has taken cover behind, when this earth-rending attack landed. Right where he was standing. So, let us first start with the rock itself. So it's got a profile of an angle down, a step, an angle down, a step, an angle down. So this is on an angle down part, and then there is actually am I being a little silly? Possibly, but I'm going to do it anyway. It's fine. Grab that. Just give ourselves a little bit of texture here. Like so. That'll do the trick. Lovely. Now, what I spotted here that I'm not happy with is actually going to be the flow of his jacket. Because if I look at what's happening in this sketch here, he's kind of taken cover behind, but it looks almost like he needs to be kneeling there. So it looks like he's kind of jumped into cover, and rather than is standing, he kind of just jumped to the side when he saw these huge massive claw marks coming straight at him through all space and time. So he might have just dove to the side to get behind the rock for cover. And that would mean that his body position is not going to be entirely as we see here. So there's going to be hip bone along like that. And then the jacket will need to change shape according to that flow. So that front piece is okay, but here is problem. And I should probably hit the play button on the playlist. Whoopsie. Let's go. We are writing combat comics, so it makes sense for it to be the combat playlist. There we go. There's that. And this angle is also going to be different. There we go. Now we get these lines to actually line up. There we are. And it would help if I actually had my reference sheets open. I knew I was missing something. References. Open. There we go. Drop those in there. File, open, and then the one I need is in this folder. That's M-21. I'm gonna hide that one. I'm gonna use that one, and drop that there. That's good. Okay. Then over here I also need to file, open, and my reference sheet as well, so that I don't make stupid mistakes. Because that's entirely possible. So there we go. All of the references open. Let me just make sure. So, that hardware actually starts quite far back. There we go. And then he's got these things here on the chest as well. And they're all rendered, so it's difficult to see. Okay. It's all rendered, so it's difficult to see the exact detail on the reference sheet in terms of shape, but I feel a little bit ashamed at the moment for not having a more zoomed in screenshot saved in my references folder, but it's fine. What kind of a sidekick am I, man? I don't have a gazillion photos saved. It's ridiculous. I should be ashamed. I should be ashamed. Okay, so how far down is that actually? That is a little bit lower. That's a little bit lower. Yeah. Because how much mass is there between the front of the jacket? Okay, this angle is actually completely wrong. This angle is completely wrong. This needs to come back all the way like this. That needs to come back all the way like that. Okay. Hide that. Cancel. There we go. And let me just flip the canvas so that I can get this angle better here. There we go. Okay, then we're going to reduce that opacity again and flip back to normal. Alright, and then here we've got a trim beneath the rock before I merge these. There we go. Flatten those down like that, great. And here we're going to now grab along those lines, so and on the shoulders it is that shape. Okay. Get that line in. Along like so. Great. Fantastic. And just like that, we've got a pauldronish thing. And I believe there's a ribbon underneath that. If I remember correctly, it's a ribbon. And this is then going to be from something like that angle. Something like that. Ish. Something like that ish. And tidy this up just a smidge. Okay, like that. Something like that. And like so. Okay. Oh, it's much broader. It's much, much broader. Oh my word. It goes basically the entire length. Oh no, the black part is the ribbon. The white part is actually part of the sleeve jacket. Part of the jacket sleeve. Okay. Okay. Calico, hello, welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you too. Hope you're doing okay. This fine day. Eat. Okay. There we go. And that will get some color added to that later, but it's fine. Okay, now before I go and forget where I'm going here, I need to do these chest pieces, which are circular, add an arc over the top, spike up, I'll clean up the roundness of this later. Like that. One can generally tell that VTuber designs are not comic designs in terms of design methodology. Because it's a lot of fun details that take a small eternity to draw, so for comic work, which is all about real speed, really, production speed, they are not really ideal. A design is only as good as its use case, really. In the use case of comics, VTubers are a little over the top. Okay, so then that is a ribbon which comes down. Hello, hello. Thank you. Oh, fancy. Greatly appreciated. Just got a little delivery. I think this might be... I think these are popped oats. Yes, they're popped oats. I haven't had these in a small eternity. Oh, yes. It's like candy. This is a treat. Puffed oats. Haven't had that in forever. I wonder what spurred that on. Okay, so now we can clean up the mess. Just a little, not too much, just so much that I'm not cringing looking at it. But a little bit of messy is okay. Okay. Over here. Tidy this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Pessimistic Hype. I had muted my mic because someone tried to let me know that I needed to switch something for power, and I did not realize that I had forgotten to switch it back on. Thank you. Thank you. Because it is now getting close to sunset hours, and we need to preserve battery life because we've got a rental solar installation. So we need to preserve battery life. So I've switched off all of the lights in my room so that we can preserve the battery life now. So, yeah. Fun times. So yeah, when I got informed that it was time to switch off the lights for the day, I forgot to switch my microphone back on. Oopsie. Okay. Cancel. I thought I might have gone crazy. Glad to hear you're still in a tough spot, but how's the drawing coming along? It's going okay. It's going okay. Hopefully, the municipality will reconnect the electricity tomorrow. Hopefully. We really can only hope at this juncture. But the drawing at least is coming along okay. So, little victories. The internet where I'm is being a little wonky, so I haven't heard much while I was doing, but good day, Miss Citadel. Yes, I must depart soon as usual, but I wish you a great stream. Thank you very much, Sai. I appreciate your dropping by on your very, very busy mornings before you go into your functional workplace. I appreciate it sincerely, and I hope that you have a good day with what you need to do. There we go. Okay, so slowly but certainly starting to get this to look rightish. Okay, getting there. This is an issue still. Hold up. There we go. Good enough for this part. Now I need to look at the cuff here. So, the cuff has a gold trim on this side. And it's got a little bit of trim coming through like that. There we go. Just like so. Okay, and I will need to go into that. Let me think. Am I going to try and do that inking all now, or am I going to wait until I've got the entire page inked first? I think I'm going to do the basic inks on the rest of the page first. So, we're going to be having a couple of layers going on here. So this is going to be the PO feature folder, and it's going to need a full layer. So we're going to grab everything on the outside, and we're going to need to close that gap, so hold on, grab everything on the outside, and invert selection, and fill. Then grab all of these bits that we don't actually want filled. I'm actually going to put this on a grey layer. Take mid-tone, lock opacity, fill, just that I can see what I'm actually doing here, just to make sure that as I cut out pieces, that I'm not cutting out the wrong stuff. Okay, save button. Good start. The next folder is going to be the establishment folder, where we're going to see everything happening back here. So we're going to see the damage on that rock, the gouges in the ground in the mist, and PO who has jumped to cover to avoid that attack. And it's going to be a full, and an inks folder or layer. And I'm going to duplicate this one and rename it to reaction for this bottom panel. So let's do the establishment shot next. So we have in the establishment shot, we've got our rock. Now sans some material. And I'm fairly certain that M-21's attack would be strong enough to do this. If I look at the way that some of the attacks landed in the original manhwa, there are definitely some points where it looks like his attacks are definitely strong enough to leave scars on stone to this degree. So now we're just kind of creating the dirt contour. Of the part that would have been rendered over here. Okay. Adding some depth. And on the side, the same thing. Lurking a little while doing some house chores. No stress, no stress. Best of luck with the things you need to get done. Domestic work is, in fact, a part of daily living, and it is an important part of daily living, so you go do what you need to do. Okay. Save. I'm happy that that looks like there is deep gouges cut in that rock, at least. I'm happy with that. Now here something like that. Okay, now I've got to put Pio behind here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have like that. Erase. And like that. And pull that in. That'll do the trick. And now let's add in the face. I'm going to make this one a little bit of a meme expression because This is a comic, after all. So why not? Pushing expressions is kind of half of the fun of doing comic work, so... there we go. Very derpy, but that's fine in this particular context, because he's just dodged the probably one of the scariest things that a civilian can face directly after being thrown into a wholly unfamiliar environment. So I too would be freaking out if I had just been unceremoniously upended from my state of existence into a misty middle of nowhere. And then the next thing I know, I'm dodging a giant earth-rending claw attack. I would also be freaking out a little bit, in a little bit of shock and confusion. So, I think the expression is quite suitable for the scenario. Now we're looking at admissible levels of detail there as well, so we just got to keep that in mind, remembering that this is actually a very tiny panel. Not happy with that angle there, nor am I actually happy with any of that now that I look at it, because why? I was not paying attention to what my sketch is doing beneath. So what's happening with the sketch beneath is that we've got his body angled like that, there's his belt, hip, trousers. shoe. I'm not happy with that angle either, because why? It's not quite right. That'll be a bit better. There we go. Sleeve. Now, to remind myself, because otherwise I'm going to feel really stupid, we've got up point, like that. Good enough for this scale. Then at the elbow we've got this little angle here, and then we've got over here this wing thing. Okay, and now we do the same on the other side. Little wing thing. I don't know the context of the comic if there is any, but it reminds me of the Tournament of Heroes in the Teen Titans episode Winner Take All. Yeah, there is like the most sparse context in the entire thing. Basically, my idea is that both Doppio and M-21 got sucked through the mists into the Harrier world, and she stumbles across them. But M-21 has been there a while, but being all that grey fur, he's hard to see, so he's kind of gone a little bit mist-maddened. And Doppio just arrived at the point of contact, everything is happening. So basically, Harrier is just checking to see what's going on, and M-21 recognized her as an enemy. And Doppio just kind of got caught in the crossfire here and is freaking out. Because none of this makes any sense whatsoever. So, Harrier's job in all of this is to, one, not die. And hopefully keep everyone else alive too. That's kind of her goal in this mess. Or my goal in this mess, rather. That is the context in a nutshell. It's a very low stakes scenario. Save. Low stakes, she said after just saying that she needs to try and keep herself alive. Hilarious. Okay, that'll do. And now we need to apply. Mistiness behind. Like that, roughly. Get rid of that line. That'll do the trick. Yes, yes, yes. That'll do. Let me get rid of that line. That'll do. Okay. Then the reaction is also going to be a little bit memeish. one doesn't really get the opportunity to use these sorts of expressions in illustration work. That's not comic involved. Okay. At least now, after the 3D, you guys can see and hopefully understand a little bit more the rationale behind how I draw my hair the way I do. Sorry for the late response. I'm lurking while doing other stuff. Makes sense that it would be the mists. I was thinking no explanation, just a cool thing, but having clear objectives to the characters makes the action more distinct. Yeah, I think so. Like, just having a fight in the middle of nowhere, if it was an illustration, you could let people's imaginations run wild, but since this is a comic, it needs to have at least a little bit of a setting, no matter how absurd. And well, my entire lore is kind of based a little bit in absurdity, so you know what? It works. Hide that for a second. Full. Something like that. Okay. Now, let me see. This needs to get folded like that and like that. Fighter 1, eliminate. Fighter 2, de-escalate. Okay, there we go. Next piece, I'm going to save the dangle for right at the end. Did the third not go through? It did not. I have got a auto mod on, so depending on what you said in that, it might have auto mod filtered that on out. Auto mode be welding sometimes, but I get it, yeah. Considering that you can't trust people to be reasonable on the internet. I just figured I'd save myself many a headache and just turn it on. Ashamed that the third one was the punchline. Is there a way you could try and send it again? Okay, yeah. What, 5 to 3 panic? Panic with a K, yes. Okay. Yeah, I think that might have just been an internet blip then. It might have just been an internet blip then, because I can't imagine that that one would be auto-modded out. I think somehow the K did it. Possibly. Possibly. Maybe it thinks that memes are spam. Which would be really weird considering that YouTube is literally made out of memes. I'm not happy with the wrist here at all. Okay, that is a bit better. And I've got a little orange cat today. Hello, Oliver. Oh, you want out now because the door is closed. Okay. Okay, tiny cat delivered out of the room because he doesn't know how to ask with his voice. Shame. Adorable little thing. I think it is now time for coffee. Everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and have a sip. Yes. Proportions are a little out of whack now. Yeah, proportions are a little out of whack. Because that is so wrong. I think what I'm going to need to do is grab from here. Because my body size proportional to my head is actually really tiny. That is closer to the mark. That is closer to the mark, yes. Alright, that'll do, that'll do. Okay, that will do, that will do. That's looking more in proportion. Okay. Oh, wait, that's wrong, because this arm is shooting up to shove M-21's face backwards. Okay, here I need to get that in better anatomy so that I can just ink once and be done with it. Okay, here what happens is I've got that sort of an angle going on like that. Collarbone sort of that way-ish. Okay, let's try this. Okay, then here. Okay. There we go. There we are, that works. Okay, slowly but certainly getting there. Not happy with that shape either. Okay. Half happy. But I think his face is too small here. Yeah, M-21's face is too small here. There we go, that's better. Now to clean up. There we go. Then clean that up, some area here. There we go. That very unceremonious shove, which I can only imagine ending badly, but committed to it anyway. Why? Because it's funny. Okay, now bring that back. Now let's look at the logistics here. What he's trying to do is trying to pry past Harrier's wings, so he's trying to pull them apart. So there's that's sort of a grip action going on. I really love the expressions in the movement, very powerful. I'm so glad! Yay! It's working! Okay. So I'm gonna leave it at that and then come back to our inks layer. Trying to get this hand to look like it's really working. around that edge, the swing. Bicep, deltoid, trapezius. Then on this side, something similar. But I want to actually have him having some success here, so I want this arm to actually be further out. There we go, getting there, getting there. The comic's looking great so far, can't wait to read the finished thing. I'm so glad! Thank you, Bread! Welcome in. Lovely as always to have you here. This deltoid is too big by long and a ways. The perk of basically only being able to listen is it's going to be new to me, but I can connect to what you're talking about to new actions later. Yes! Yes, yes, yes. Having that sort of experience is definitely got its perks. I'm trying to kind of learn from the original Noblesse artist as much as possible while inking this, because, man, the art style is just so gorgeous. I mean, it's... How is it pronounced? Li Guangsu. Li Guangsu did such an amazing job with this. I believe they're actually... that Li Guangsu is actually working on another comic in the world of Hardcore Leveling Warrior at the moment. That's another story that I need to catch up on, because it's also quite a ride. Both the original Hardcore Leveling Warrior and the one that Li Guangsu is currently working on. Okay, and I'll do the wings in a bit when I have redesigned those. Because I'm going to need to add articulation, so that hand I'm going to also finish after I've got the wings redesigned. So then here what needs to happen is this head angle. So that comes in like that. Actually, just hide that for a second. Okay, that'll do the trick. Now, what I want to do is I want to just add in this leg. fly comes in like that. And then this goes in like that. And that goes like so. And then over here, actually undo all of that because I'm not happy yet with the shape of the leg that I've got going on here. So that's going to come in across like so. Crease goes like that. And technically that's all outside of the visible area, so I oughtn't worry about it too much, but I just wanted to rough it in so that I know where I am with my other landmarks. Okay. Then boot. Not that that counts for much because it's outside the visible area, so I don't actually need to stress much there. Okay, I'm happy with that. So show there. How's that looking overall? We're going to have a big speech bubble covering that bit there, and another speech bubble in there, so that's fine. Save button is a good idea. Then there's that panel that still needs doing. There's wings involved again, so we're not going to stress about that too much, and that's just an eye panel, and I will save that for when I've got nothing more important to do. Here's just more attacks and swiping. Also, I want my wings done before I ink this one. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to board in some more. Or what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put in text blocks. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put in texts at this point. So, first thing we're going to do is we're going to add a bubble. And I'm going to call this one like so. Now, I've got, what is my current font? Montserrat Black. I do not want Montserrat Black to be my current font. I'm going to go for 888 manga. Yes. That is an appropriate font, I believe, for this. So, this is going to be for a default font, I'm going to go, that's actually a good size too. Outside, Port Mist Haven. Actually, I'm going to put this in all caps, and then I'm going to put it in bold and italics. No one needs to know about Mist March at this point, they don't care. Scale up 1, 2, 3. Bold, italic. Then I'm actually wanting to put this one in, I think, a more in a more for lack of a better way of saying it, a more techie font, maybe? Advent? No? Select all. I don't like that one. I want... Let's see. Anita? No. No. That doesn't look right. It needs to be an all caps font. Let's go in here and see what I've got in my list. I'm just going through my font selector. I'm just looking for an appropriate font for this job. I hate font selection with every fiber of my being. That'll do, that'll do. And let's make this left aligned. Okay, that gives us immediate context. We know that the mists are chaotic, but we will get more information on the mists in the next panels. So the next thing that we need is going to be a thought balloon with white interior. Then this is going to be a very dramatic But let me just first make some adjustments to this, because not happy with this I thought balloon shape. Ew. Delete with layer. Let me see, just this one. Okay, let's just take this and make it dark so that I can see my flash. That was better. Okay. Now, if I come back over here, grab the entire thing. Okay, then here we're gonna grab a text thing, and this is going to be manga, and it's going to be and I'm going to make this undo. If our minimum size is 15, I'm going to make it 20 is a good size for that. Okay. I'm just going to change this frame color again, make it a little bit lighter. Because we've still got to do some drawing over this area. Done with the chores, see you coming along nicely, in my opinion. Yes, we are making progress. I've got storyboarding to do, but before I do that, I want to finish applying text blocks to what we've got. And then we're going to add another text block, and this is going to be, in very surprised looks, a person. Okay, that's going to go, my word, spelling. That's what happens when you are working behind. Layers. This weird stuff happens. So then this one is going to get an outline. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. Okay, hold on, let me just check. This is going to be on here. This side of the page is where hypothetically a binding would happen, a page binding would happen. So here, what we need is to angle our text a little bit more inboard. And I'm probably going to change what I'm going to do on this, because I don't actually want an eye zoom in here now that I look at it. Just pull that in a little bit closer and take the flash pattern and make it a little bit more compact. Yeah, I'm going to change what I'm going to do in that panel. I'm not going to do the eye zoom in there. Dramatic eyes is not going to work for that one. Save button. Okay. And I'm going to include a little side note here because I want to make this clear to anyone who doesn't know M-21 as a character, that his fur is the same color. Change our line spacing as the mist. So that explains why it would be difficult to spot him, and I'm going to put this on size 12. And I'm going to add an outline to split it on the back. Five should be enough, yes? Yeah, 5 is good. 5 will break it. Now this one, I'm not happy with the placement. Kind of guide the eye downwards through a train of thought so that you're not confused about which direction you're trying to read in. So you know, top to bottom, it ought to follow the same arc. So this person, I'm going to bump up. And I'm going to add an ellipsis in front of a. It's much appreciated that you give so much insight into your thought and art process. I'm glad. I'm glad. Yeah, I like to explain what I'm doing when it comes to this, because otherwise it's kind of neither here nor there in terms of why am I making the decisions I'm making. And I like people to be able to make sense of what they're seeing while they're here. If someone learns something on my channel while you're here, I count that as a victory. I want this elbow a little bit more in. And then I'm going to take this little piece of grey out. There we go. All right, so save. Yeah, the reason why I'm specifically adding this little side note about his fur being the same color as the mists is that we need to have an explanation for why he's been in here long enough to go a little off his rocker. Because if you're in the mists around Fort Misthaven for too long, you do literally lose your mind. It's one of the side effects of the mist, which is why he goes hyper-aggressive at the start. So usually the point of all of these sentinels on patrol is to find people and actually pull them out of the mists before they can get to the point where they lose their mind, so that everyone stays safe and in one piece, hopefully. But if you are literally invisible against the backdrop, it's much, much harder to detect you. So stumbling across M-21 in this scenario is actually a case of pure luck, because he's just that hard to see. And then we get to this page where there's just this little, going to be a little poof. So let me add a layer called this one SFX, and I'm going to add a 5-pixel outline in white. And I'm going to go with my inks rough brush, and I'm going to just go over here, and I'm going to write with, I think, a 30 size brush. A little poof. There we go. Just to get a sense that, whoops, something has moved. And then we get the first attack. No time to think, so there's no speech on this page. Save. No speech, no thoughts, nothing. It's just everything happens in an instant because this guy's really fast. Then we're going to have a whole bunch of attacks, and in all of that madness we are going to have a speech bubble that I need to draw with the balloon pen, because here we're going to have the most almighty yowl. We're going to have the most almighty yowl of a speech bubble here. So what's the size on this? This is brush size 5. Brush size. Let's make this 15. Why? Because I'm going to make it extra as anything. No. Okay, I'm gonna just clean this up a little bit. There are going to be extra control points, so let me delete a couple that I do not want. Move the ones that I do. And just get this speech bubble all nice and fun. Right. The entire and I'm going to be very honest, the entire inspiration behind this entrance has to be how Doppio starts some of his voice packs, because I've had an opportunity to listen to a few of his VPs, and there are one or two of them that start with the most amazing little scream. Little, I say. It starts with the scream that is both hilarious and brilliant and very, very Doppio. So, that sound is entirely the inspiration behind this little piece of chaos. There's not a more Doppio way to enter the scene than with a great big scream. Such that even the mist-maddened artificial werewolf gets a meme face. And then this is going to be outside of the speech bubble, and it's going to have outline ×5, and now I need to have a textured brush, and it can't be just any textured brush. It needs to be this one, maybe. Even bigger. I turn my back. I return on my break. Ah. Welcome back, Sai. Well, he certainly knows how to make an entrance. Save. I'm going to add a bit more texture to it, though. Some really expressive speech bubbles here. Yeah, just a little. I'm glad if they're serving their purpose of being a little over the top. It means they're doing it right. Actually, I'm thinking, should I make these first two A's a W? That perfect bubble to express my feelings of Monday. Yeah. I think I want to actually turn these first two A's into a Monday. What did I just say? What did I just say? No, I'm gonna turn these first two A's into a W. Oh my word. Thank you, brain. You messed my brain up there so wonderfully that turned into a very clippable moment. Please, someone clip that. Oh man, that was great. Oh, thank you, Brad. Like, this is probably the side effect of not having nearly enough sleep. But yeah, let me move this slut up so I can catch the bottom of that W nicely on the page without losing it. There we go. That was brilliant. Oh my word. That was brilliant. What nonsense did I even just say? I can't find the clip button. Oh man. That was great. Thank you. I needed that laugh today. I don't think mobile has a clip button. No, it's there. It is there on mobile. It is there on mobile. It's just I know it's there on mobile because I have used the mobile clipping feature myself. So I know it exists. It's just I, for the life of me, cannot tell you where on your device to see it at the moment. But okay, I am happy. Yeah, it wanted the W. I think it wanted the W. Okay, happiness. Oh, that was gold. That was gold. I thought it was there last time too, but maybe YouTube took it away. I don't think they would have, because it is one of the probably most useful features to allow your viewers to clip. I do think, however, it'll be in the button press menu. I am now opening up YouTube on my phone to see where this thing is, because I know that it's there. I can't remember where though. View channel. It lives, if you are on your live, it lives. Okay, interesting. I don't think you can clip while live. That is weird. That is weird. Oh well. That is very strange. Anyway. No, yeah, that's my favorite exclamation. Yeah. Oh, man. Wild. Oh. Yeah. Madness, sheer and total madness. Sounds like an overly dramatic Japanese voice line from a fighting game. Then it is entirely on brand. And it is entirely on brand. Okay. And now here, add that, 3, 4, 5. Like Butsu from rival schools, we all might have spent a little too long near the mists. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. No, but overly dramatic Japanese voice line is entirely Doppio's vibe. So if that's what the feeling that this speech bubble gives, then I think it is on brand. I think then it works. Because that's followed immediately by that expression. And then the yell at these two. So I think it's working out well. Seeing the what now there reminds me that I never know how to interpret comments outside the bubbles in comics. Like, they're supposed to be thoughts, mumbled comments, or depends on the instance. Thoughts can be in a starburst. I've seen a lot of them in a starburst sort of scenario. For the ones outside of the bubble, it's usually either side comments or muddled comments, like you mentioned. Things that you would not usually actually say aloud, but is useful additional information for the reader to help them understand what is actually going on. So yes, it does a little bit matter between instances. Sometimes it's little mundane things, like saying, if you've got a scenario in an office and the conversation is happening while the characters are moving around at a desk and someone drops a pen and then the other person picks up the pen and hands it to them. It's not relevant to the conversation, but there'll be a little aside outside the panel to say, oh, thank you for picking up my pen for me, you know? That's the sort of thing that those outside bubble words can mean. So here, it's like, I'm already fighting this OP fur dude, and now there's just this massive chuny yell. What on earth is happening now? I am a scout type. I am not a frontliner. Why am I in this situation? You know, that's the sort of feeling that I'm trying to convey in this sense. So, we now need to add another bubble, and this is also going to be with a balloon pen. And this one, we're going to have something along these lines. Gonna start behind the head. No. I'm going to flip the canvas to make this a little easier for myself. Usually when I see those, they're often calling out something that's absurd, but the characters never respond to those extraneous comments, so I was never sure if they're outward or inward comments. Yeah, it's usually background information. It's background information, a lot of the time. Rotate. No. Something like that, maybe. Upright. And flip back to this way around. Behind. Rotate. I'm not happy with that rotation at all. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to take these and we're going to just remove those because they are on the wrong side. Move those to just soften it. Delete one of these square ones. Move view. Delete you, delete you, delete you. Something like that, yes. Okay, and now let's just go something along the lines of and I'm actually going to adjust this expression here because I think it can get pushed more. I think I can push this expression more. Like his pupils are too big. Doesn't feel nearly indignant enough. That's more like it. That's more like it. That's a bit more indignant. Save. And then on top of that, we're going to have another let's try one of these. Okay, what's happening here? What's happening here? I want that to be that, and I want that to be that. Let's try this. Okay, main color, I want that also to be white. Because this is a thought. Like that is good. Okay. And then we're going to go back to text, and we're going to put something here, and it's going to say this is going to be size 25. No, 20. Okay. Save. So that comment suggests that if there is a terminology to state that this is an off-worlder, that insinuates that there's enough off-worlders who appear around this area for there to be terminology for it. And the word another suggests that she knows that he is not, that M-21 is also not from this world. So a lot of context cues provided in dialogue. Okay. I need to, on this layer though, by the reaction, I need to include the wing hub. I had forgotten to ink that in here. Okay, that'll do. Wing hub in place, save. And then I need to add another one of these, and this is going to be an outline of 5. Call this one SFX layer. This brush, inks rough. Save. Okay, now open page 5. Okay, now this one, for all practical purposes, lives to the side of this one. So let's get a composition that looks nice. As well. Okay, so we've got page turn to PO behind a rock, watch where you're throwing those, the very indignant expression, another off-worlder, shove up to the next page. Yes, that flows nicely. The fact that PO is also pointing basically to the top of the next page also helps. Although I do wonder if I shouldn't take this and just rotate it ever so slightly so that it's more obvious that he's pointing to the top of the next page. Yes, I think that is a good adjustment. Okay. There we are. Okay. Now we've got to have Harrier disengage from M-21 and dive to pull PO out of the way of another ranged attack. I think that's the next step. So we need a panel that is, I'm going to do a split panel like this because I haven't got one of those yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have Harrier twist around. Literally put feet on M21's chest and kick off of him. While he's pulling the wings apart. They already float, so there's no danger of them being ripped off of her. So there's going to be twist, place feet on chest, and kick off. Now, what I do want to change here, though, before I get any further in that, is I want to change the angle of these, the weight angle of these. And the flow of that. We'll see how it goes, but something like that. Break the frame. Super forced perspective. Let me just cut those so that I can do my edits as needed. fly away. Impact. There we go. Okay. Then we've got to go get wings to follow. I will, once again, depending on how I rework the wings articulation in tomorrow's 3D stream, this is going to affect the shape that they take over here, but I am taking a lot more consideration now into actual bird-like wing shape, for the sake of the fact that now I see in use case that they do actually move a bit more than when I would be VTubing, but it might be useful for other things later down the line as well, if I make them articulable as other objects. So we're going to have turn, kick off, and I think what we're going to do is kind of grab by the fronts of his jacket and very surprised expression here. Grab by front of jacket. Size difference, because Harrier is a lot smaller. Grab the jacket. And what we're gonna do, kind of surprised hands there, is we're going to add, back into the field I go, have a good one. Thank you, Sai, best of luck with the rest of your workday. Best of luck. We're gonna add here another thought bubble. No, this is gonna be a speech bubble. This is gonna be a straight speech bubble. And it's gonna be very, very, very straightforward. Very straightforward speech bubble. And now we put this in that group. Story, add page, story, add a page, open page 6, okay, put it back in here, and then this one, what we're going to do is we're gonna have very confused Pio, alarmed Ria, impact cloud of M-21 actually landing again. He'll do a superhero land because why not? Okay, panel break. Then another very typical M-21 swipe shot. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have Harrier pull Doppio into the air here. To dodge a close range attack. because currently dodging is all she's good for. Big impact there. Something like that, and then I'm going to give everyone who has not listened to my lore dump an explanation, because now is as good a time as any. Doppio has all of the right in the world to ask a question at this point. That's going to be looking down over his shoulder. Balloon pen. That's too choppy. Let me see, actually, have I got something in my resources that's more or less a usable shape right off the bat? Manga material, balloon. That one. Yes, I like that one. Now grab our balloon again, shrink this down, just make it a little tighter. Like that. And then grab our text and also adjust the angle a bit. Save. Then page 7. That's going to be an explanation panel. And what I'm going to do is mean. I'm going to be mean a little bit. I'm going to throw him. I'm going to throw him. That's what I'm going to do. Angle up there. Zoom out a little bit, bring that in. And what we're going to do, aim for the werewolf. No. At this point, I haven't got a clue who this guy is. He just appeared in the mists. As far as the world's build goes, I have no idea who Doppio is, what he's capable of. All I know is that he looks civilian. So I am treating him as such. So the last thing I want to do is throw the civilian at the rampaging werewolf. So, also, what you'll notice here is that we have a little bit of a camera rotation going on. So, in this page, we see everything from Harrier's port side, so on her left, that's where the camera is sitting. From this panel, we are looking entirely at her left side. So for camera tracking purposes, so that viewers don't get disoriented, we're on the left of Harrier there. We're still on her left on this panel, except more over Doppio's shoulder. Then we've got the zoom in on M-21. We see with his landing that he's also facing the same direction as Harrier, so we're on M-21's left. And then when he swipes, that's going to be a hard cut, but we see we are still on Harrier's left, because Harrier is now facing off the edge of the page, that side. Now, the next panel, we cut to see Doppio from the right. Now, that, in this case, is acceptable. Why? Because we've got Doppio from the front here, and we've got Doppio from the front here. So as far as the cinematography goes and sort of your optical tracing, you get the sense that you haven't really crossed the 180-degree line, which is your barrier for knowing where you are. So the last thing you want to do is maybe have this panel in the middle of this sequence with M-21 facing the opposite direction, because that will break the sense of knowing where you are relative to each person. So as far as the camera tracking goes, that still makes sense. So now that we're on Doppio's left, let me just see. Am I speaking nonsense? No, I'm not speaking nonsense. I've not, in fact, confused left and right. Yes. Then, if we switch from this point for Harrier to swing up this way. Line of action sort of like that, and I'm going to take the entire thing and I'm not going to rotate it. So that we've got the distribution of mass following some centripetal force here. Because we're now on Doppio's left here, having him or seeing the camera shift to see them from the left side is not as jarring, because we were mindful of the camera tracing. That's what I was going to say before I started talking about rotations. So now what's going to happen after this toss is I'm going to make this a little smaller because it's not as important. Gonna let the hands slip free here. Intentionally. And then we're going to add a moment of complete and utter panic. Like, why on earth did you just let go? What is wrong with you? Crazy person. And then we're going to catch under the elbow, because that under the shoulder, because that is a more stable position. And while this madness is happening, she'll be speaking. Now, because we already have weird floating mecha wings, we're already ignoring physics, so we're going to assume that the weird floating mecha wings are strong enough to hold up both of their body weight. We're going to call it magic alien science. Give enough space on this side for a speech bubble. And then let's see. Save button is probably a good idea. Actually, I'm going to come over to this panel that's got all of them in, and I'm going to hit save there, and that's going to save all unsaved pages. Yes. And here we're going to add a curve balloon and say something like that. And let's try to make this not as lore dumpy as possible. So I'm going to say simply, he was... have I got caps lock on? Yes, I have. Caps lock off. And then normal. He was in the mists too long before we just keep the sentences short because we're in a combat situation. We want to give as much detail or as much information with as little time wastage as possible. And then add another one. They make you go crazy with prolonged exposure And then the next one. One, two, three, four, five. Why was I counting five? Unfortunately for us, this guy comes from a world with strong people. Sorry about crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with mists. The mists made me crazy. Okay, now over here there should be a balloon tail. There we go. And if I pull that out like that, there we go. That'll do the trick. Save. And let's see, how am I going to take it from here? I can either add a puppy expression and a remark saying I'm pretty strong too, to which Rhea gives a very deadpan expression. Or I can not give them the time to have that little cute moment and just have M-21 appear right in front of them again. But I think for the sake of everyone who doesn't know Doppio, which is, as far as the VTuber sphere goes, a lot less than the people who don't know me or M-21, I think I'm going to add the cute little line about and the puppy expression. I vote cute moment. I simp, yes. Cute moments are always one of the best parts of an action comic, especially when you've got someone who is secretly OP and they are a cinnamon roll, like Doppio, who keeps forgetting that he is actually secretly OP. Like, what? Like, I think he actually forgot in his lore, aside from the fact that he punched a car, I think he actually forgot a little bit what his main abilities are over the last year or two. It's a funny moment and a good break before the next big fight, yeah. Although the next big fight is coming towards the literal punchline of the entire comic, after which we wrap up the loose ends. So maybe another 3 pages. That said, I'm very, very quickly going to take a 5-minute breather. I just need to handle something very, very swiftly. I shall be back momentarily. Big Stretchies reminder. Thank you very, very much for the Big Stretchies reminder. Thank you, Calico. Thank you very, very, very much. Big Stretchies are indeed important. Big Stretchies are indeed important. I have been way too stationary this day, but it's fine. I've been moving around on the screen a lot. Oh, man. Eek! Okay. Legitimately, all I've been doing this entire fight is dodging. All I've been doing this entire fight is dodging. It's mad. Gloves back on, because I'm cold. And I got a pair of fingerless gloves that I'm currently wearing. It's saving the skin a little bit. Okay. So, we're gonna go with the cute puppy expression to say I'm pretty strong too. I think so. Nice, big, very reliable puppy expression. Okay. And I'm gonna make this 20 points. Okay. And I'm gonna give Rhea a little bit of a meme expression over here. On a big, mostly empty panel. Ooh, ooh. And include Pio in the panel. And he's sparkling a little. complete disbelief and complete confidence. I think that is a good juxtaposition. And then we will have story, add page, story, add page. Like, this is actually turning into like a reasonably lengthy thing over here. Hold up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put all of the odd number pages together and all of the even number pages together on these windows. So that I can check my I'm here for the lengthening of the story. I just love a good comic. Yay! I like it too. But like, it's just kind of hilarious. This was supposed to be a single illustration at the start. And it's actually a little adorable how ridiculously this has ballooned. But when the scenario smacks you, it smacks you, you know? So then, we're going to open page 8 on this side, and we're going to open page 9 on this side. So before we go to page 9, I'm going to leave page 7 open so that we can see where we were, so that we can see where we're going. So then we're gonna have another huge leap from M-21. Another big leap from M-21. One second, guys. I'm not happy with the way the torso's looking here, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually add some twist. In that, so that I can have another swipe ready. want to make this a little bit more exaggerated. Exaggerate those claws. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some perspective to this and just push that a little bit, like so. Yes. That's gonna be a rush panel. So we're gonna have these two. Suspended. Like that. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to move this entire thing this way. This is on the outside of the page. I'm going to move M-21 down. And rotate. Give everything a little bit more breathing room. And then very, very, very MC-ish. Gonna have a moment of stealing one's resolve. Erasing or the readying of a hand. And then it curling up into a fist. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just adjust this a little bit more because I'm not entirely happy with how M-21 is looking here. Again, cut, paste, rotate. Want to actually use the panel that is available to me. Move that way. I think the juxtaposition of the clawed hand versus the non-clawed hand here is actually going to be pretty cool. Unplanned poetry, nice. Oh man. All I know is you can't draw action comics if you're not very comfortable with doing butt shots. That's all I've learned from my various iterations of attempting action comics, is that you end up seeing a lot of charging back end shots. It's actually a little hilarious. And then, so we've got our little moment of silence as we're ready for this charge, and then here, poetry in action. Yes. Here we're going to have a shot with Doppio's fist raised and ready. That angle is actually like that. And then movement shot, a very focused eye, it's full of confidence. And then the money shot. The connection punch. And I'm actually going to pull this down and make it a little smaller, because sometimes when things are smaller, they're more visible. Now here, that's going to be a solar plexus shot. So that's going to be like that. That does not look right. That's better. That leg is too small by long and a ways. And then here, what we're going to do is we're going to take all of this, move it that way, scale it down just a bit more. And something like that. And I'm actually thinking that he will have pulled himself out of Harrier's grip at this moment. sort of a little bit of a ragdoll moment on M-21's side. Okay. And that is going to have a very cheesy thing happening in the background there. I can already see it in my mind's eye. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called, right? Hold up. Is that what his council command is called? His council command is double drops, yes. Okay. I've got it right. Ha ha ha. This is literally the thing that makes the entire comic worth it, is this punch. Because once again, if you are not familiar with this guy or his lore, Doppio has an ability called double drops, which basically means if he punches something, it returns his attacker's power back at him, or back at his attacker. It's basically a reflection ability. So we know that M-21 is strong, so when Doppio hits back, it's like he's hitting back at exactly the same strength as M-21 himself. So we know a wild M-21 is ridiculously strong. And he's just gotten that smack right back at him. And that is... If you know that about Doppio, then this is like just... Yes, that is like... the moment of payoff that is just worth it. Because we haven't actually seen that in action since this lore video, I don't think. Story, add page. Story, add page. 11. Then again, I haven't exactly been in all of Doppio's streams, so I don't know for 100% certain. Okay. So. That was the big impact shot. And then we're going to have, once again for scale, what's happened. And a massive impact. And Harrier just kind of freaking out back there because he slipped himself loose to counterattack. She's fast enough to catch him before he hits the ground, though. It's fine. And then we'll have some transition. to how am I going to handle this? We need to, I want to have this basically be I'm going to sprawl M-21 here. And I'm going to have him return from his full shift to civilian mode. Then on this side, a triumphant grin. An exasperated sigh of relief. And a very encumbered flight back to the city. Because that's also hilarious. Is dead weight. And not quite dead weight, but not quite useful either. Kind of let the wings tremble a little bit. Let's see. It's like an awkward car ride, but with the added bonus of an awkward carry, yes. Isn't this too heavy? And just no time, no patience to add anything more to that. Or actually, I'm just going to leave that as an ellipsis. And then down here, we're going to have our little step down into the next scene, because there is a next scene after this. Story, add page. Story, add page. There is a next scene after this. Page 12. We get doing a lovely huge shot of M-21 in his civilian appearance, looking wholly embarrassed. And apologizing, I think. And we're gonna have then we're gonna have I think this is going to call for tea. This is going to call for tea. A very embarrassed look, and having everyone in the same room. Because how else to end a fight than with an amicable cup? Please connect. Okay. We had a small disconnection there. Whoopsie. I hope that everything is still okay. And then on this side, we're going to open that one up. And we're going to have no better way to end for sure. Yes. Harrier finally getting a chance to smile only for something to go wrong behind her, I think. Yes. Weird portal thing. In totally a place where weird portals are not supposed to show up. And who is going to be the most lore-appropriate person to do this part? Basically, grabs this person, appears out of nowhere, probably another member of Niji EN, and also says time to go home. And before anyone can do anything else, actually, I'm gonna put this on this side. Edit. Like so. Cut. Paste. I'll need to just double check everyone's lore. That's mostly right, and see who's the most appropriate person for the job. I'm gonna move you to that side. I'm thinking it's gonna be either Millie or Shu. One of those two. One of them, probably. But I'm thinking likely Shu.
Switch your charger off.
Okay. If you can, it'll be that plug again. Thank you.
I will.
Thank you. There we go. And then poof. Leaving the two left behind very, very confused as to why Doppio suddenly got poofed out of the scenario. Save everything. So first what we're going to do is we're going to add speech bubbles over here. $30. Okay. Then over here we're going to say thanks to you two we've confirmed the cure for mist. Madness. Actually, I'm going to move this to the other side. Cut. Undo. Cut entire layer, yes. Paste. This comic and the amount of chats OCs who can travel around dimensions is giving me a headcanon that Rhea is constantly annoyed by people who can just leave this table and is quietly mad about it. Yeah, especially since she didn't even arrive in a portal to begin with. Like, she arrived manually from outside the atmosphere, which is very weird for this place. In an escape pod, which got shut down. And it's like, come on, I didn't even arrive in a portal and now everyone is just upping and leaving and I'm just here. Make this one 20. I'm gonna fix that later. And I'm gonna add another one, and I'm gonna just go interrupt her and say, sorry, but I'm gonna have to take this guy home now. Sorry, we had another minor disconnection. I'm gonna move this in there, and I'm gonna take this and move it that side. Okay. And then we're gonna go here. And we're gonna go thanks for taking care of him. Okay. And then the bewildered and indignant expressions left on Harrier and M-21's faces. My YouTube said you were offline for a moment. Hopefully it was my connection. Everything's fine now. Yeah, it was connection on my side. I am running on battery power at the moment, so my internet is also running on battery power at the moment, and it flicks a little bit sometimes. So we're trying to keep everything together. If it takes more than a minute to reconnect, then it ends stream. So, yeah. We're almost got the whole thing's boarded out now. So, story, add page. I think this is going to be the last one. But first I want to add on this page. And I'm going to just change my line spacing here. Leave. Here we're going to add here. But worry about X. Okay, holy moly, that's a lot of progress. Is that your usual speed when working on projects? Well, when I'm doing storyboards, yeah, that's kind of how it goes. If I've got everything vibing, it goes really, really fast. My speed is not terrible. So I'm pretty happy with the progress to this point. And then we are just about there. We're just about there. Storyboards are insane. To think that we have 4 pages mostly done, and then like all of the boards happened. It's like we kind of just stopped inking and then went straight into storyboarding the rest of the stuff. It's kind of hilarious. This is going to take a couple of sessions to finish. It's going to take a couple of sessions to finish this thing. Hold up, I just got to let the chaos cat out the room. Now? Chaos cat is freed. It's amazing. Does streaming your processes affect your speed? Oh, absolutely. Streaming makes me a lot more focused. The streaming actually makes me stay a lot more on task and much less likely to get distracted by things. It's actually kind of insane. It keeps me on task really, really helpfully. So that's one of the reasons why I like doing work on stream. And why I decided that I'm actually going to do my model on stream as well. It's because it also helps keep me on task and on focus. Okay, so page 14. Can you believe we're on 14 pages? This would be actually this is actually kind of ridiculous. At this point, I'm thinking I should maybe just, when this is done, put it on Webtoon even as a one-shot. Like Ria's collection of Misthaven one-shots. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It'll have to get reformatted for Webtoon, maybe. But starting it in print is maybe not a bad idea. Starting it in print format is not a bad idea. Okay, so after Doppio gets poofed back to this iteration of reality, or his resident iteration of reality, the next thing that happens is the next thing that needs to happen is I've noticed there's something about streaming that makes it easy to stay on task with whatever you're doing. It's strange. Yeah, it's sort of like being in an open office scenario where you've got people who are actually checking in and interested in what you're doing, and because of that, it's almost like you're being held accountable to actually do the thing that people are coming to watch you do. It's actually quite a big deal. It's psychologically a very powerful thing, I think. Okay, so how do I want to tail out with M-21? Because this is now a point of tail out. I'm going to go... Wait, there needs to be a side comment here. There needs to be a side comment here. And that's going to be on 10. No, 12. I'm surprised I know a few other ones who get way more distracted with talking to chat and just starting a Zatsudan, basically. Yeah, I imagine that would be quite the case. I know when I've got a brain that's a bag of cats sometimes, like I've had that happen a few times, where the brain is just a bag of cats and I can't hold a train of thought for more than 20 seconds, then going basically into a Zatsu is sort of inevitable. But while I've got my cognition active and functional, I find that I focus a lot better while streaming. Which I have to tell you, drives my dad absolutely insane. He does not understand how me being live and talking to people somehow makes me more effective at my work than when I'm not. He doesn't understand it, but it's real. It's the truth. So if it works, you know? Okay. So how are we going to tail out? Save. How are we going to tail out with M-21? What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to steal this panel. I'm going to steal this panel. Copy. Paste. Take away the poof. And duplicate it. And merge that down and pull that up. Silence. Do you know anyone who can teleport you home? Whatever suits you best, Jad. Just glad you're enjoying what you're doing and having fun talking to Chad. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone's got their own working style. And then, in very much noblesse style, because why not? I love the comedic pacing that Jeho-san uses. His comedic timing is brilliant. You see it in Noblesse, you see it in Illicide. And I love it. And then finally, just on that bombshell. That is where I'm gonna leave that. Yes, I'm happy with that. That is the best way to end it, I think. Save. Okay, now this I'm going to align horizontal center. There we go. That's gonna be it. That's gonna be it. Cool. How are we doing? We are at just under 5 hours of stream. Can you believe it? Well, considering we had 4 pages and a blank, and we are now at 14 pages of storyboard, when we started, I think that was pretty good. That was a pretty solid almost 5 hours to this point. So now I'm going to close a bunch of these towards the end. I'm going to close you because I want to work on you later. I'm going to close you because I want to work on you later. And then close you. There we go. Okay, so 3, 5. What happens on 4? Let me do the meme shot here on number 3 and then close number 3. And then we can look at number 5 and 6 and see how far we get. Okay. So call this one inks. Caps lock off, thank you. Reduce that opacity. I'm actually not going to give him the meme expression. Let me just clear this and come back to our sketch layer and just add a little bit more thought into this. Okay. Extend the jaw a little bit more. It looks a little bit more like Doppio right now than M-21. Maybe that's just how it's vibing. For the moment. Cut and face down on that side a little bit more. Okay. That's part of the problem. The hairline is a little bit too high. Okay. Something like that. When I know what I'm doing with the wings, that will be easier. Now over here to rear. Doing corrections to this very, very, very pathetically rough initial sketch as I'm going. Guys, I think it's time for a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest staple consumption beverage and have a sip. Hehe, yes. Okay. I'm just gonna reduce the opacity on my sketch layer even more. I'm a fruity guy, so I'm enjoying a nice glass of orange juice. Ooh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Orange juice is always good. But here's the question. Pulp or no pulp? And I'm gonna actually open that question up to the floor. Do you prefer your orange juice with pulp or no pulp? Or other juices if you do not drink orange, for whatever reason? There is a right answer, but shh. I won't judge much. Nah. Fictionally, pulp. Wow. You really went there. You really, really, really went there. Okay. For orange specifically, I'd go with pulp. I'm a menace, I know. No, pulp is the best. Pulp is the best. That's the part that proves to you you're drinking an actual fruit and you're not drinking chemical bump. Pulp is the best. Or is that supposed to be a contested opinion? Is that supposed to be a hot take? That juice pulp is actually good? Pulp. Can't stand the texture, give me my carrot nickel slurry instead. No! Like, I actually, for a lot of the time, can't actually eat the whole fruits because they're expensive to get a hold of. But, like, the juices are more accessible a lot of the time. And with that, I like knowing that I'm having actual fruit. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm also texture sensitive to a lot of things. Like, it's almost hilarious what I'm texture sensitive to. Like, I can't eat figs, and I can't eat avocado because the texture is just gross. In every way, shape, and form. But like, fruit juices. Fruit juices are okay. Now, I love a good avocado, but I understand the texture, just like, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people love avocado, and where I live, it's kind of like almost considered a national prerequisite to eat avocado, or a regional prerequisite. But it's like, nope, cannot do it, cannot do it. I get the feeling when eating mushrooms, I don't like the rubbery, chewy texture. Mushrooms, I'm more okay with the texture, I'm less okay with the taste. Like, I can understand mushroom as an ingredient in a sauce. There it's tolerable, because there it's usually the flavor is mixing with a lot of other stuff. But mushroom on its own is difficult. For example, when there is like a continental breakfast or something, and there's fried mushroom, that is a hard nope from me. Let's just flip this so that I can do this. Working in layers. Okay. Then over here, it's gonna come around like that. And in there. There we go. Clean that up. Narrow that down. Okay, and then here. Something like that. There we go. Okay. Something like that. And like that. There we go. Okay. And then on the side, it comes down there. Full like that. Okay. That'll do. Button 1. Button 2. Okay, I'm going to manipulate that in because that's a little bit too out there. There we go. Then there is pauldron. Which is gonna be like that. Ish. It's gonna be like that ish. Then I'm just gonna let that tail off until further notice. Save. There we go. There we are. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to add a separate little thing here for this front piece. Okay. There we go. Hide the inks, hide the sketch. And fill, fill, fill. Okay, then what we're gonna do now, we're gonna grab outside here, expand by 1, invert, come to the inks layer, clear it, deselect, and merge that down. Now we can come over here. There we go. So that's the forelock there. Save. Okay. Then show all of that again. After the very memeish Harrier, now we're going to add a very non-memeish M-21. Okay. Now, nose. Mouth. teeth curve. So one of the visual things that's going to happen with the mist madness is that the pupils get hyper expanded, and they're also going to glow. So those are going to be the main identifying features of mist madness. Again, I'm so mesmerized by brushstrokes. It's hard to me to explain since I'm not an artist anyway. I don't have any proper lingo. No, I'm glad if you are enjoying watching them. Just processing, going through. Just that you are enjoying it is a great, great piece of news. Okay, now this ear. Like that. Now if we hide those for a second. It wants a little bit more on that side. As the rest of this lock of hair is going to obscure that a bit. But yeah, I think the juxtaposition of the expressions there is kind of funny. Just like a complete meme scrunch versus complete non-meme scrunch. I love it when I can juxtapose things like that. But now I'm going to leave this 1B for now and go to page 5. And finish my coffee first. Whoopsie. Because it is now, without a doubt, cold. Yep, it was cold. Okay. Now, this little jump is going to be fun. First, what I want to do on this page is create panels. So, create a frame. Frame outside of our crop mark. Sketch above that. Then hide text, hide text. Okay, frame, cut border in like that, and cut like that. There we go. Interesting paneling. You know what, actually what I think I'm gonna do, I'll save, is I think I'm gonna go through all of the pages and actually just throw in their panel borders first. That's what I'm gonna do. Create frames for everything and then take it from there. And hide all of our text as we go. Save. Save. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, okay. Save. 13. Save. 14. Save. Okay. So here, what's going to happen on page 13 is I'm going to draw this bottom panel and then I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to duplicate it for the other parts. But yeah, first things first, what I've got to do is I've got to come back to my panels and go cut frame and do it that way. You can come over here, cut frame, there we go. Save. So 14, I'm not going to have any panels yet. 13 is paneled. 12 requires a frame. Okay, this gets dragged down. Frame border, chop up there. Save. Create frame. There. 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 Okay, I will adjust that. Weird, but okay. Here. create a frame, move it down, cut, then 9, create a frame, like that, drop, cut, like so. What I want to do here is take this and move this up a little bit. Give more space around this punch to just emphasize it a little bit. I'm going to close, and I'm going to close. Save. And close. Save. And I'm going to close. Save. And I'm going to close. Okay, number next. Merge those two down. Create a frame. Outside. Drop it to the bottom. Cut. Angle that there. Here. No. Undo. Cut. Like that. Cut. Like that. Interesting paneling is always fun. Save. Here, we're going to cut that like that. We're going to cut that like that. That up like there. That up like there. Save. There, that one gets cut like that. That line. That line. Because exactly directly vertical panel borders are boring. Right? I mean, this is not newspaper. We can have interesting shaped panels. Okay, so come over to this one and go save everything that is in this story folder. Just gonna bring this in a little bit closer on this side. Give ourselves a little bit more room to work with here. Okay, so now we've got pretty much everything paneled up. Yes, we've got everything paneled up. Cool. So now we can go back to black and our inks brush, and we can come in here and we can start inking things and putting them together. So don't die goes into there. And we're going to start by going into this one and calling it inks. And what we're going to do is we're going to simply go in straight. And organic. On these. Uh-huh. So now what we're going to do is these kind of join up like that. So something roughly like so. That'll do. Okay. That'll do on that. Then we've got pauldron. Breastplate. Apron. Something along these lines. Okay, Tail feathers are collapsed here. Okay. I'm not happy with the position of this thigh. If I want to get that foot to be where it is. Which also means I'm not happy with that skirt piece at all, because its position is dependent on the thigh that lies beneath it. I'll come back to that. Over here, we've then got the rear brace again, and the pauldron again, and here. Gonna let that slide. Okay, that'll do. Then here we've got the plane over here. Okay, that's that part. I am, however, going to want to refine the anatomy on M-21 here again, because that is not something that I want to go in completely loose. and mess up. There we go. Hip bone comes across like that. I thought that legs were going in weird directions. Yes. I don't think I've ever established properly what the exact size difference is between Harrier and these two people. She's definitely shorter than both of them. Like, by long and a ways. I think Harrier only stands about Doppio's shoulder height, and that's with her heels. Without her heels, she'd probably hit his armpit. In terms of relative scale. Which makes the entire flight scene later on just that much more absurd and hilarious. In terms of size, less of a citadel, more of a fort. In terms of strength, definitely citadel. Well, I think that's the surface mobility gear there, because that is... She has done exactly nothing aside from dodge this entire comic. But her surface mobility gear is definitely OP. That's for sure. Alien tech is great sometimes. It's a pity that it's the only piece of alien tech that she's got access to. Okay. That is better. I'll be able to work off of that. Oh wait, that hand is wrong because I want it to be... Both of these hands are wrong because I want them to be pulling... wing pieces apart. So that is also in the wrong aspect entirely. I like the dodge-based combat style. It gives me the feeling of someone who knows their strengths and is waiting for a good opportunity to either get a solid hit in or lead the fight somewhere. Yes. That they have the advantage, like the air in Ria's case. Yeah. Except for the fact that somehow M-21 also has relatively good strength in the air because this entire section has been happening in the sky. And surprisingly, a lot of his battles in the manhwa as well also happened in the air. I don't know how he does it. But we'll call it combat comic logic. Let's call it that and leave it there. I have hardly touched the bowl of puffed oats that my dad delivered to me, near as makes no difference, 5 hours ago. I've hardly touched it. I'm not a snacker. I'm not a snacker. And I like puffed oats. I just keep forgetting that they're there. Besides the hydration break, you need a snack break as well. Like, I should probably go and make myself a supper sandwich sometime relatively soon, but like, I can still go for a while before I'm hungry. Because everyone else in the household has already had the evening supper sandwich. Because we had a cooked meal at lunchtime, so supper is on our own steam. I made a stir fry for lunch. Clear that. There we go. Okay. Then this goes like so. Something like that. There we go. Like that. Cheek fluff. Handled. There we go. There we are. That'll do. Looks a little bit like Muzaka, but that's fine because he does generally look a little bit like Muzaka when he's in this mode. It's just a little bit more like Muzaka than usual. It's fine if it covers his eyes a little bit. He's not in his right mind, so it's not like his eyes are actually that important. can just bring this in a bit closer because that's a little bit too long. There we go. There we go. That's good. And over here we've got hip bone and then pants. Okay. Then like so. Save. Hide that. Okay. Save. Getting there. I'll handle the other hand when I've got wings to work with. This one is actually going to break the frame. So I'm going to hide it and hide the bottom. And this one is going to be like so. And this is even lower. Funky angles. You don't get to do stuff like this when you're doing standard illustrations. Play with angles like this. Not frequently, anyway. Okay, upright. I will come back to that. What I am gonna do is I'm gonna go and make this a blur rather than actual detail. We want to give the idea of speed. So that I want to be basically completely invisible. And yeah. Something like that. There we go. Okay, so that's that impact. That'll do. That'll do. This is too big though. Like way too big. Okay. I'm going to actually cut this. I'm going to cut M-21 from here and put him inside the frame so I can Harrier and he is still active. Okay, means I can also move him independently of the impact group. Okay. Would it be okay to ask a little bit about your art journey, when you started and how you decided to do it as your day job? I'm really interested. Okay, the art journey has been a long one. I have been drawing since I could hold a pencil. My mum tells me very fondly of when I was about 18 months old and I discovered Clip Studio Paint, and I started drawing on Clip Studio Paint pixel for painstaking pixel. I have been doing digital art for a while, almost too long, you could say. But no, I've been drawing as like my primary go-to for funsies activity since I was a toddler. That's been my go-to thing, and I was just comfortable drawing for fun, and my own original characters, mostly animals and such, when I was little, until I was about 10, 11-ish, at which point I decided to start doing more humans. And that's when I realized that more people were interested in human art than animal art, actually, interestingly. So I started putting a little bit more focus into getting better at that. And there were some frustrations. And when I was about 14-ish, I was introduced to the internet. I was introduced to the internet actually by a very, very, very cool artist. Her name is Cremici. Let me write that in the chat for you. She is the person who is single-handedly responsible for introducing me to the internet, and she introduced me at the time to DeviantArt, and I then had a massive, massive learning curve. She does a lot of cute art, like super, super, super cute art. And she has actually got a pretty cool business running with it as well. She does like mobile wallpapers, a new batch every month, and there's a I think it's a, I don't know if it's acrylic or enamel, but she's got like a pin club going, and there's stickers, and it's all really, really, really adorable. And every month there's a new theme, and it's super, super cool how she's managed to make a business for herself. But yeah, so she introduced me to the internet on DeviantArt, and I picked up a lot of tutorials there and upskilled like massively. And that's when I learnt of artists like Yume and Shi Lin and Panthera Arvin, because I still enjoyed animal art a lot. So Panthera Arvin was actually the person who wrote the first webcomic that I've ever read. And I started reading Shi Lin's Carcaphona as well around about the same time. And that's what got me towards realizing, ooh, I can do comics, and it's cool. I can do comics online, and that's cool. And I really like that, because it's like my thing is comic art. It was the thing I kept going back to as a kid as well, as I wanted to draw comics. Without even really having been exposed to them much, because comic books were not a thing that existed in my country while I was growing up. They kind of stopped bringing them in. With following Panthera Arvin to Tapas, where she was publishing a story at the time, I can't remember which one it was, a wolf thing. That's where I stumbled over another artist by the name of Instant Miso. Yes, it was Instant Miso. And Instant Miso I followed from Tapas over onto Webtoon. And that's where I discovered Noblesse, which was my first manhwa. And Noblesse is the story that M-21 comes from. And basically I've been hooked on action manga and manhwa ever since. It's like my go-to is action comics. But yeah, while I was rattling around there, I was also introduced to other brilliant artists like Claudia Schmidt, Lecter Fencer, who's got probably the most beautiful paintings ever. Like, she has a series of graphic novels she's working on called The Chronicles of Iria. And I can wax lyrical about the Chronicles of Iria for an eternity. It's literally completely painted graphic novels, like full-length, hardcover, painted. Volume 2 of her major story, Mira, is currently she's like just finished the last painting on volume 2. And it's like, it's been a 2-year journey of painting volume 2 of Mira. And it's been like really, really cool, but it's so worth it if you see the artwork. On Tapas, her other work, Haunter of Dreams, is available to read for free. It's a absolutely gripping story. That does not have a single word in it, basically. It is amazing, and it is so beautiful, and I can stare at it for hours. But yeah, between influences like Lecter Fencer and Yume and Shilin and Li Guangsu and several other artists who have worked in Webtoon, I have been slowly developing an art style over the years with basically very little happening in terms of commissions and stuff along the way, because my marketing mind has basically been non-existent. But let's just say that the last, let's say 10 years, I had been in a previous employment which had absolutely nothing to do with art, and it was soul-destroying. I was teaching something that I didn't really believe in an industry that I was teaching stuff that no one understood in an industry I didn't believe in. And it was not a mentally healthy space for me for the last 10 years, so that employment came to an end now very recently. I believe it was February it came to an end. Was it? No, was it December last year? Yeah. Either which way, it came to an end. And I needed to make ends meet because I got that job directly out of high school. And while that is great for, you know, immediately getting work straight out of high school, that's great. It's great for luck, but not so great for building rapport in another industry. So I am struggling a little. That's definitely a recipe for disaster. Yeah, just a little. So while I'd been trying to get art stuff going on the side for a couple of years, like I've had Cuba Media around since 2018. It's been around, the business. It's a registered business entity. And I usually don't try to advertise that I'm the owner, but like, yeah. It's been around for a while. And while I've had occasional commissions interest over the years, it's just never been enough to take to the next step. And now that things have come to the point where they're at, it's kind of my only option. So here we are, trying to survive. Because I haven't got a resume that is, how can I phrase, attractive to standard employment. Also, I believe I said it fairly recently as well. I also can't drive, which means for more normal jobs, I can't get there. I can't get there, and that is also a major hindrance to employability. So between that and the fact that I'm cursed with the mindset of a freelancer at heart, it just means that standard employment options are not an option for me. So I gotta make this work. I gotta make this work somehow. So yeah, that's how it's my day job. But honestly, I can't think of anything more public transport for the win. I would if public transport were safe in my neck of the world for people of my demographic. Unfortunately, it's not exactly necessarily the case. Where I stay, I am a majority. I am a minority. And public transport is notoriously suspect to people of for people with my demographic, sadly. It's just not easy. And I generally just don't like the idea of not being able to walk anywhere safely and knowing that, hey, it could be a druggie literally at any point along the journey that can follow you home and or rob you blind for your shoes and your cell phone, you know? I'm unfortunately not in a part of the world where being able to walk places is something one can safely take for granted. There are places in my country where that's possible, but where I stay, I wouldn't. So that's where we're at. Sadly, that's becoming more and more an issue all over. Yeah, it really is. And I don't know really if there's anything that can be done about it, you know? Okay. That left foot I can kind of ignore, because that's going to be behind the swoop. It's going to be behind the swoop. What I am going to do though is I am going to put that more there. Okay. This pant leg. Okay. But thank you so much for the insight into your journey. It's really interesting, and I have a lot of respect for to go now with what you're truly passionate about, even if it's not easy. Thank you. I appreciate the sentiment. I appreciate the sentiment. Well, if one thing I can say about my journey is that I do think that the time that I spent teaching has had an impact on my ability to explain things. So I think that's helping me a bit. And I want people to understand what I'm thinking when I'm doing something. You know, I think it's part of the passion. Because one of the reasons why I initially got the job that I had for the last decade was because the person who hired me recognized a innate teaching ability. That is what they recognized. And the fact that I was somewhat good at biology in high school made it a little bit easier as well. No, not that way, like that. But the fact that I had a nature which made me want to cause people to learn rather than just rattling through material. I think that was the thing that got me hired for that particular post, because like a lot of jobs nowadays, it's all about who you know, not what you've got in your resume, more than anything else. Like in my country, for my demographic, if you are not an entrepreneur, literally the only chance you have of getting hired is by a referral of an acquaintance. It's like almost impossible to get hired in my country if my in my demographic. A bit is an understatement. It'll come in quite handy, especially with streaming and people who are getting invested in your work. Yes, I think it has had a couple of useful I think I developed a couple of useful skills in the journey from that. So it wasn't losses. It wasn't losses. I'll get back to that panel. Save. Like, I have, in that employment, worked with a really interesting collection of relatively high-profile people, actually, now that I come to think of it. So the thing that I think I learned from that the most is to not be intimidated by someone's status. So, like, I had to, for the sake of telling the story, I had to train someone who is a senior in the field that I was working in, who is widely celebrated in the country for being very, very good at what he does. Interestingly, in the 10 years and approximately 700 people who I worked with in the time, he was one of only, I think, 4 male clients that I worked with, interestingly. But that being beside the point, this person was, I think, about 50-something when I trained him. Legitimately a well-respected senior in the industry. And it was like, okay. In the industry, he was like one of the people of the, for lack of better way of phrasing it, ranks that everyone kind of almost idolizes a little bit. And here was little old 19-year-old me teaching him how to use a piece of technology. You know? It's kind of wild. It's kind of wild. Like, the saving grace is that it wasn't a case of, okay, I have to teach this person how to do their job. It was just a case of teach this person how to use this tool. And I think that is helpful. In the sense of knowing the context. But still, it's something that a lot of people would have found intimidating. Like, who, as a senior person in a high-revenue industry, pays any respect to a literal 19-year-old trying to teach you about a piece of tech in your field of expertise? It's like the most ridiculous thing. But I think experiences like that, because it repeated itself a couple of times throughout having to deal with my seniors in the industry and train my seniors in the industry, it's been very good at tempering nerves in that sense of just don't be intimidated by their station. Fake it till you make it in a little bit. Even though by nature of what I was working with and the industry in which I was working with, I never really got over the imposter syndrome entirely. Mostly, but not entirely. So I also had the opportunity to speak at a bunch of conferences and on television once or twice as well. So it was like, okay, media is not an issue. Media is not an issue. I can handle that. And I've also been streaming on and off for like 12 years already. So I don't know. This is kind of like I've been training for this unexpectedly for a long time. The only thing I haven't been training with is the marketing brain. Holy moly, those are some wild experiences, but very valuable in the long run. Yeah, I think so. I think so. Okay. Now, when I think about it, I have done some absolutely chaotic things in my lifetime. And I don't think that's going to end anytime soon. I think that's maybe why the mists are such a good setting for me as a VTuber, is because I do exist in chaos. No one else is going to understand it, and that's fine. How things end up in my path, no one is going to understand it, but that is just how it works in my world. Don't think about it too hard, you know? Big things happen. I'm just here, deal with it vibes. You love to see it, yeah. Like, that is legitimately life experience in a nutshell. My life experience in a nutshell. Stuff is happening. Suck it up and deal. Take what you can, learn what you must. When someone asks you if you can do something, say yes and figure it out later. That is legitimately the experience. Okay, streaming can be great marketing since viewers love to see the person behind the great things they create and the passion they share. Yeah, that is how I convinced my folk that streaming was actually not a waste of time, is by that exact logic. Because they were convinced that there is no way that streaming is a viable income on its own. And you know what? If I was doing gaming streaming, I would agree with them. But that's not my market. That's not my major content. When I do game days, that is for community, take a break for the brain type of stuff. And, you know, just to kind of attract new people a little bit. But the majority of my content is making things. I still can't really validate the game streams when they happen. Like, aside from Quell, which I'm going to be doing tomorrow, guys. I'm going to be doing Quell tomorrow morning before our 3D stream. So just by the by, it's going to be at a weird time zone for a bunch of you. But it's morning my time when that's going to happen. But yeah, I still can't really validate doing gaming streams, because that's time that I could be spending working. I wonder how many people started game streaming with the mindset I need to force myself to relax, because that's how I got into it. Yeah, for me, I don't think I'll ever finish a video game if I'm not streaming it. I don't think, because I can't validate the time. If I can validate the time as actually being part of my day job, I might actually finish one, because relaxation, what's that? You know? My family have mastered the art of a 1-hour holiday years ago, because that's all that's available to us, you know? Is an hour here, an hour there. The rest of the time it's survival. Okay, hide this one. Full, 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 full. Okay, over here. There we go. I will get back to the rest of that now. First thing I want to do is add these. Okay, I have a tangent here and I don't like it. It comes off much more natural and genuine when a streamer actually does or plays something they are really passionate and hyped about, in contrast to forcing the new trendy thing. Yeah. It does have a different impact, for sure. I can't generally say that I've got any games that would draw that for me yet, but that's also, once again, I have not exactly played many games. And the ones that I have played have not been ones that aren't finishes, you know? Like I have played Genshin Impact, and I have played a little bit of Honkai Star Rail, and I've played a little bit of Wuthering Waves. I have not opened those games in weeks. Honestly, I've not opened those games in weeks. On Genshin's case, I've not opened it in months. Same with Star Rail. I've not opened it in months. Why? Because I cannot validate the time. Even if I want to enjoy the story and the pretty art and the wonderful world build, I cannot validate the time. And with that being in the forefront of my mind, I can't really enjoy it, you know? But so it goes. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that hand. Okay. I think what my long winding messages are trying to say is do what you're passionate about and stay true to yourself. It might not be an easy road, but I sincerely hope it'll work out. Thank you. Thank you. Your sentiment is greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated, acknowledged at where it's coming from 100%. I think that it is one of those things that if you try and fit a mold, you're going to break. So for me, I think I'm happy with where I've decided to go. As far as my content is concerned, and I'm happy with the path that my life is on at the moment. And Yeah, there are moments of panic, like today and yesterday without electricity because I haven't been able to pay for it yet. But it's... I think it's rewarding if one can tough it out, and yes, I need to get lucky. A good amount of luck is necessary in my current circumstances, and I don't think there's any escaping that reality. I do need some luck, because yes, luck is only as good as what you make it. You can only catch a fish if you throw a line in the water and all of that. Ancient wisdom. But at the same time, the harder you work, the luckier you get. All of those catchphrases flinging about, but you need to get lucky at some point. In the manga Bakuman, issue 1. It's one of the few things that I've got in manga I've got in print. In issue 1, there is a page which is filled with the highest order of wisdom. And this page, if I can find it, it's partially the way through, it's on this port side. It says, and it is by the main character, Moritaka, says, surely I've almost found it. He says, let me just find it. Or is it on the starboard side? Hold on. Almost found it, almost found it. It says... I might as well just say it aloud. I mostly have it memorized anyway, paraphrasing a little bit. But it says that it takes 3 things to make it as an artist in the world. The first is arrogance. A little bit. You need to be 100% sure and have the confidence that you are the only person who can do what you do the way you do it. Because as a human, living, breathing human being, especially now in the world where we are all against generative AI, it's more true than ever. The human behind the pencil is the only thing that can make a piece of art uniquely a piece of art. The second thing that you need to make it as an artist is a lot of hard work. You're going to put in hours, you're going to hurt yourself, you are going to have sleepless nights. It is going to happen. And the third thing, the secret sauce that makes you successful, if you are not some sort of genius artist, is luck. And that is something that when I first read those 3 panels 12 odd years ago, it struck home like a lightning bolt. And to this day, it strikes home like a lightning bolt. A little bit of arrogance to say, yes, I'm the only one who can draw this like I can draw it. It's the only thing that keeps you sane when you look at other people's art and think, will I ever be able to do something like that? It's... You can imagine any piece of creative media in the world. It is not something that another artist can generate outside of your brain. So if you want to see that particular thing, you've got to make it. Like this comic, this crossover would not happen if it didn't exist inside my brain first. No one else is gonna write this. I gotta do it. I'm the only person on this earth who can do it this way, because it's in my brain, until such time as I put it on paper. And though, in terms of brass tacks, yes, maybe execution-wise, someone could do it better, but they won't. Why? Because they've got no reason to. So that arrogance, or that confidence to say, only I can do this, only I can make this thing that's in my brain, is necessary. And from there, I have been studying this for a while. Like I've been doing art on and off. Like literally, it's been my go-to resting activity for as long as I've lived. Like, other kids watch TV? No. Where's Harrier? No, she's there drawing in the corner. Hey, Harrier, have you watched this cartoon? No, I was drawing. Hey, Harrier, have you read this book? No, I was drawing. You know? So yes, there's a lot of stuff that I've just not gotten used to actually consuming content because I've been spending all of my time drawing. And you'd think that I'd be better at it from all the time I've spent at it, but there's a difference between drawing for fun and drawing for study, and it took me a while to get to that point, you know? But here we are, we're doing the thing, we're vibing, we're trying our best. And learning along the way. I mean, 12-year-old me could not draw that hand. 12-year-old me could not draw that hand. So, you know what? Progress. It's real. It's non-linear, but it's real, and it's powerful. And it's only as good as what the roll of the lucky dice will get me if I can't get someone to pay me for it now. I can hear the passion in your voice and through your words. Oh, I'm glad you can tell that it's kind of important to me. I'm glad you can tell it's kind of important. Yeah, that's how it goes. We do what we can. Exactly the thing that I meant drawing in attention. It's genuine and palpable when you're talking about it. I really enjoy that. Aww! Oh, thank you. Thank you. When on earth did it become almost 11 at night? What? I know I'm a night owl, but that's a little ridiculous, actually. Time just flies. Yeah, that it does. That it does. Now, let me think. My quell stream is at 8 o'clock UTC tomorrow morning. Which means if I want to be a functional human being in time for that, I need to switch off now. But I really don't want to. But I'm already sleep deprived, but I really don't want to. This is the pain of being creative and responsible. Because when are you going to get in the zone the same way again as right at that very moment? Healthy sleep schedule in my VTuber drawing streamer? Yeah, no. That's tall ask. Tall ask. Actually, not happy with that line. we go, it's better. You know what's the worst part is that I'm not even on a messed up enough sleep schedule to be able to support my friends and watch them live. It's kind of sucky. Okay, is that scale now completely out of whack though? Because surely the head size won't be that different. Even if she's small. Yeah, scale is a little out of whack. Okay. Bring that down. Just a little more. That's more appropriate, I think. Did you get into the zone easily? Did the talk before get you in there? I kind of have a bad habit of going into hyperfocus mode, yeah. I also have a bad habit of when I'm in the middle of something, I have a really hard time stopping. If my mental capacity is still in a functionally operational state, it's really, really, really hard to stop. Like right now I'm on the red mist because I want to finish this panel, or at least finish inking in his hair before I'm happy to actually stop. I can feel I will not sleep if I don't have his hair inked the whole way before I stop. That's the curse of productivity. As you know, there's points where if you stop, you're scared you're not going to get back in the zone. And this is one of those moments. doesn't have to be a bad habit. Yeah, except that oftentimes what happens is I realize that I'm in that zone at now like 11:30 at night, and then I look again and it's 1:30 in the morning. You know? That's when it's a problem. And if I stop before finishing the thing, I roll around in bed with my brain being loud until 3 in the morning, unable to sleep. It sucks. Because I really like sleep. The zone curse, yeah. And of course it doesn't help that my internal time keeping mechanisms are already really out of whack. Like my sense of time is generally terrible. So it all adds up into a mess. For me, it's my sense of direction, but I see what you mean. Yeah. Like, I think my sense of direction is also maybe not great, so... That's another thing. Like, how I managed to not lose my orientation in a 3D environment like Blender, I do not know. Because up, down, left, right, it's kind of all the same muddy relative mess to me. Don't even get me started about navigation, it's such a weak point in my world. I still don't know what all of the streets in my major immediate living space are called. I relate to that so much. Oh, yeah. Chaos. Sheer and total chaos. Perpetually in chaos. Don't you just love it? Do you have a stream schedule, or are there days and times more fluid? I try to keep a schedule on a week by week, and I try to stream at 13:30 UTC as my default. But I live in a state of perpetual chaos, so there are weeks where I can't necessarily keep it. Like, I recently decided to start Final Fantasy Thursdays as a regular thing, not 3 weeks after I start a thing. Real life comes and throws chaos my way on Thursdays for the next 8 weeks, so now it's on Fridays for the next 8 weeks instead of Thursdays. But yeah, I try and keep everyone posted on what's going on and what's changing and all of that on my Twitter. X, blah, that place. If things change on the short notice. But yeah, I do post my schedules on YouTube in the community tab, and also it's always my pinned post on my Twitter profile as well. Smart will keep a lookout for them. Okay, awesome. Awesome. This needs to move still. The shape of the head is not right. My age-old battle with drawing humans is getting the back of the head right. And this hair is longer, it's not this short. Doppio is not growing out an undercut. He's actually got really long hair. And with that, I am just about ready to call it. We are a couple of strokes away. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So it might be the same. Some streams can also happen a little later in time, just asking because my schedule can also get a little weird with work and life in general. Yeah, sometimes. Like, if life gets particularly chaotic, I might start a bit later. But as you can see, these streams can end up being marathons. I've been going for 7.5 hours. Like a normal stream, 5 to 7 hours is my normal. So, if you're not here from the start, it's not a train smash, you won't miss much. Most of the time, it's all pretty chill here. You don't worry if people need to drop in and drop out throughout the day. It's very, very casual. It's all just productivity at the end of the day. It's not like I'm doing anything that is plot most of the time. So it's not like if you miss part of a stream live that you're going to have lost lore development or things like that. So, like, for a lot of people who play RPGs on stream, that is an issue that some of their viewers face, is that if they miss the start of a stream, they're a little bit lost about what's actually happening in the game for a while. I don't have that debuff. Love the marathons, actually. Yay! Love the work you did today. Thanks for being productive with us. It is an absolute pleasure. It is an absolute pleasure. Sharing the productivity is the fun. Now, how far down does this go? To just below, or just above, the corner of the chin. So the lowest link is about there. I'm going to just do a dot chain here to give the feeling of the chain without needing to actually draw the links. Oh no, I have completely missed the tragic backstory of Rhea. How can I ever recover from this? Yeah, no, it's not a train smash. It's not a train smash. That being said, though, I have in the works my first voice pack that I'm busy getting ready to record. I've got a script written. I just need to actually sit down and record the thing, which is going to be kind of cool. Looking forward to that. And that is where a lot of people are going to actually get their first introduction to what happens in the mists, because for those of us who have not been in today and yesterday's streams and missed the lore dump, and are highly unlikely to go back and watch again the old archive stuff, I think having a perpetually available voice pack which gives some of that insight is going to be helpful. Yes, that works for me. That works for me. Merge down. Edit. Brightness to opacity. There we go. Make it monochrome. Lovely. Okay. So I'm happy to leave it at that point this day. We have gotten a lot done. I like the sound of that. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Like I have written it out. It is approximately 7 minutes. We had a minor disconnection there. It's a good thing I caught it. But yeah, we had a minor disconnection there. So yeah, the script, when I timed it out, is approximately 7 minutes. But I also want to add some sound effects and all of that in the background, so it might end up being 7.5, 8 minutes of actual playtime on that voice pack. And it's going to be nice because it's going to give you a little bit of atmosphere, a little bit of context, The listener is gender neutral as well, so it doesn't matter who you are. If you're listening to it, you can assume that it is for you as the listener as well, without things being weird. And yeah, it's gonna be cool. Like, I'm not the kind of person who's gonna be doing all of the ultra fan servicey sort of voice packs. Like, that's just not my vibe. You know what? I'll leave my fan service on the comic pages, thank you. I'll leave my fan service on the comic pages. So it's more slice of life, casual sort of stuff, I think. In terms of my vibes, I'm not gonna do things like dating sims or anything like that. That's not my vibe. Half a year later, hey everyone, my Valentine's viewing voice pack is available now. No. If I did that, it would be a batsu for something. It would 100% be a batsu for something stupid. And I cannot even imagine what I would do for a Valentine's wedding themed voice pack. I legitimately cannot imagine anything what I would do for that. Like, guys, I don't read enough romance webcomics for this. Help. Legit, I don't read enough romance webcomics for that. Help. Like, I've tried a couple of romance webcomics, but I usually end up dropping them after, like, ugh. I've never bought a voice pack and I have absolutely no idea what they are like. They can vary quite extensively, depending on what the theme is and who the person is. They can vary quite extensively. Like, over the last few months, for both personal enjoyment and research purposes, I have bought a couple of Niji-sanji Ien voice packs, as I could afford them. And between, even just within Doppio's voice packs, the few that I've got, the variation between them thematically and in terms of execution is immense. So, like, sometimes it's full-on roleplay, sometimes it's a atmospheric descriptive piece, sometimes it is sharing a thought or a word of encouragement. It's got a lot of variation in it. And you don't really know which you're getting until you've actually got it. Which is interesting sometimes. Like, the latest voice pack, I was lucky enough to win a giveaway for Doppio's Farewell voice pack. I was lucky enough to win it in a giveaway for that. And the theme made me nervous. Like, why are you saying goodbye to us? No. Research purposes. Kidding. Sounds exciting. Yes. Yes. This is also supporting your Oshis, okay? Shh. 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 And I was very, very, very concerned by the theme. But then, to not spoil what's actually in the voice pack, because that's firstly illegal and secondly mean, he took it in such a cute and clever way that I actually adore it. It's just the way he handled that theme was completely not where I expected him to take it, and any apprehension I had towards the theme, he completely dispelled. Like, completely dispelled it. A lot that can be done. Sounds like you can be really creative with it. Yes, you can. It's actually really, really cool, the level of creativity you can take with a voice pack. And I've got a writing friend who I'm going to try, if I've get the means, to hire to assist me in writing a couple of other scenarios as well, because sometimes you just hit a block, and I'd like to be able to support my writing friends as well. So naturally, for those voice packs, the person in question who will be receiving the appropriate credits for it. But like, it gives me an opportunity to collaborate as well a little bit, you know? Because sometimes within a setting, another person has a really, really, really good idea. And it's nice to be able to take that and roll with it. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to that VP when I've got it recorded. I'm looking forward to it. I had another bright spark idea in the wee hours of this morning for some video content, which is going to take a small eternity to produce because I first got to build another 3D model for it. I've actually got to build about 2 different 3D models for it. The camaraderie between artists is always lovely to hear and see. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And I mean, the writers are also facing a really, really, really hard time with the generative AI stuff. So if I can help writer buddies out as well with giving them something to do and being able to pay them for it, then I think that is a contribution to the creative world that is also important. So big plans, yes. If you go on my Twitter in the highlights tab, you'll find a couple of posts down. There's an original character of mine. His name is Dari. The Bright Spark idea involves Dari. He also lives in Port Misthaven. And I've got the idea written down so I can speak about it safely without spoiling it and without having to worry about that being my only record of what the idea was. So, haha, fun. Okay, I think for the now, that is it. Happiness, calling it, freeze design, save everything. Ta-da! Yes, I'm gonna call it there. So, close all of these. Close references. We made some pretty good progress. In this lot, I think. Inked a lot, storyboarded a lot, came up with some fun stuff in the end. So I'm really, really, really happy. Thank you all for joining me. Once again, just final reminders, commissions are always open. You can check out my VGen. You'll see the link in the top left corner of my screen. You'll also find that just above the chat rules in the video description. If we hit 200 YouTube subs before the end of September, I will be eating a whole lemon, peel and all, on stream for you guys. A whole lemon, peel and all, live on stream. My hand cam is ready to go for it. It's not going to be a face reveal, but there's going to be evidence of the lemon being had, because Batsu goals, right? Great day today. Get some rest. Thank you for the stream. Good work today. Yes, lemons, 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 lemons. All of the lemons. That's the idea. If we can hit 200 YouTube subs by the end of September. So if you want to see me struggle through the sour and the absurdity of eating the peel as well, then by all means, tell your friends, ring them over, make them hit the subscribe button. And I will send cookies your way instead of lemons. Ta-da! Okay. Is there anything else? Yes, tomorrow, 8 o'clock UTC, we're playing Quell Shardfall. It is a fitness game. So if you are awake for that and available, you might want to check that out. There's some cool stuff that happens there. It's about a 20-minute session, so the total stream time should not be more than 45 minutes in the morning before our afternoon session getting into work. Between the Quell and the afternoon session, I've got to do things like domestic work and dishes and cooking lunch and all of that stuff. So yes, actual life stuff happens in between. And a shower is going to be desperately necessary at that point. But anyway, so yes, we are going to be doing fitness stream in the morning. Then I'm going to be pretending to be a normal organic life form for a bit, and then we will be jumping into arting, 3D modeling, fixing my wings and the UV, a little bit of UV painting all tomorrow. So with that, thank you all so much for coming. I really, really appreciate it. Rest well when you get to it, and until tomorrow. Cheery bye.